North Carolina. We call it home, and it's no secret that North Carolina is a great state to retire to. And man, they're coming as fast as they can, any way they can, to North Carolina. Now, what you may not know, if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of state or local government employees, North Carolina is a great state to retire from. Maybe you want to drop your line in by the lake bank or hike on a mountain trail. Maybe golf is your thing. I know, some saltwater fishing. It's all right here in North Carolina. Now, we all agree that retirement shouldn't be stressful or complicated. And here at the North Carolina Retired Governmental Employees Association, we are dedicated in finding the best benefits to our state and local government retirees. So welcome to our webinar and get ready for some very important information that's gonna benefit you. You've made a living. Now it's time to make a life.
Good morning, this is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at NCRGEA. Congrats on making it through to our final day of the Celebration of Public Service Week. We've been so encouraged to have so many views on our YouTube channel and new subscribers and folks that have stayed on almost an hour of your day each day. Just a reminder that you can go back to the previous 4 days on our YouTube channel and access that through directly by going to youtube.com or at ncrgea.com. You can call our helpline and extension 109 and we'll help you and support you throughout the week. As is our custom, each morning we try to preview the day's events. We're going to have a welcome from our board chair and new executive director this morning. That's right, you finally get to meet our new executive director who we've been teasing all week, and I'm sure you'll be in for a real treat this morning as you hear from him and our board chair, and then later on an interview towards the end of the day with those two. This morning, after the initial announcement and also some special news for our members, we'll be working you through a legislative session update. Also, the Lake case, which I know many of you have been following on our website, and the legislative process and how you can fit in and advocate locally and statewide for retirees who've given their lives to public service and now wish to make a life for many years to come. We're also going to have some time to hear from some elected officials, and then we will have a special Q&A to close out our day, as I mentioned before, with our board chair and new executive director. When we finish today, just a reminder, you can continue throughout the summer to listen to the sessions this week. If you've been traveling or visiting family or babysitting a grandkid, you can pick up one of these on your headphones and walk around the neighborhood and get out and stay active and engaged and still catch up with what's going on at NCRGEA. Now, also this morning, we want to recognize those who have stayed with us for our gift cards and have participated fully throughout the week. Vicki Simmons from Thomasville, Sharita Carter from Durham, Patty Smith from Elizabeth City. You won our participation drawings. Thank you for logging on to YouTube and watching our events. We've got a $25 gift card coming your way. For our trivia winners, Sharon Gibson from Statesville, Beverly Reynolds from Lexington, Lisa Ward from Winston-Salem, Mary Daniels from Longwood, and Dennis McNair from Fayetteville. You all are our trivia winners, and we'll make sure to get that $25 gift card to you in short order. Just a reminder to all of our members logging on at YouTube today, if you've not sent in your email address to our office, we'd love to have it. We'll be sending out our July 1 newsletter and coming to you promptly, offering more and more services throughout the summer. Finally, your final chance to win is today, so join a YouTube session. Throw in a question for our new executive director or our board chair. Throw in a question for our attorneys and our lobbyists who are providing sessions today. We want to hear from you, and we want to make sure that you've got the latest information and updates possible. So in that spirit, it is my pleasure to welcome our board chair, who you heard from earlier this week, Van Langston, who's been in several sessions and continues to be such a supporter and an advocate for all of you. And he's got some exciting news and some special introductions this morning. Van?
Good morning. Thank you, Brian. Folks, you need to tune in at 12:30 today to get the inside scoop on your new executive director. But we thought it would be fitting today that for his first official act, he's going to read the proclamation from the governor of North Carolina sent to you by the governor. And we are thrilled. If you could see my smile, you'd know how thrilled I am that he's here now. I'd like to introduce to you, in a sort of a preview, Tim O'Connell, your new executive director. Tim?
Van, thank you for having me. It's an honor to start off with a proclamation from the governor. So I will begin with that. From Roy Cooper, Governor. Celebration of Public Service 2022 by the Governor of the State of North Carolina, a proclamation. Whereas North Carolinians are served every day by public servants at the federal, state, county, and city levels, these dedicated professionals are often underappreciated for the critical work they do. And whereas public employees and community volunteers serve in areas such as health, education, protection, public infrastructure, and safety, the arts, the environment, finance, community planning, human advocacy, recreation, and more. And whereas the public employees of the state of North Carolina in all levels of government within our state are committed to the highest standards and dedicated to providing excellent service to the people of North Carolina. And whereas the public employees of the state of North Carolina in all levels of government within our state are committed to the highest standards and dedicated to providing excellent service to the people of North Carolina. Whereas the efficiency of government and the safety, future, health, prosperity, and stability of communities across North Carolina rely on public employees who provide outstanding service to the public. And whereas the state of North Carolina recognizes the contribution of time and talent by public employees, the importance of the services they provide. Now, therefore, I, Roy Cooper, Governor of the State of North Carolina, do hereby proclaim June 6th through 10th, 2022, as Celebration of Public Service Week in North Carolina and commend its observance to all citizens. Signed, Roy Cooper, Governor of North Carolina.
Thank you, Tim, and welcome aboard. We are so excited to have you, and we're looking forward to your interview with our board chairman later today. We know you've got some exciting visions ahead and aspirations for our organization, and we're certainly glad to have you on board. We're going to take a short break for about 8 minutes, and at 10:30 we're going to come back with our team of Jack Cozart, Jackson Cozart, Kari Barsness, and Jessica Proctor, who will be working for you on the legislative session update. You won't want to miss that, to see what's been going on in the legislature and to see their unique perspectives on our work at NCRGEA. Take a short stretch break, and we'll see you back at 10:30. Welcome back, everyone. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at NCRGEA. What an exciting morning to hear from the Governor about the proclamation of Celebration of Public Service Week. Governor Cooper, thank you so much for all that you do for North Carolina's retirees. Also, an exciting morning to welcome our new Executive Director, Tim O'Connell, and we're excited to also get on with our sessions this morning, but want you to come back this afternoon to hear the interview between Chairman Langston and Tim and his new role and how he sets out for the organization. So mark that on your time calendar today at 12:30. We're honored this morning to be joined at 10:30 by our lobbyist here at NCRGEA. We have Jackson Cozart, Kari Barsness, and Jessica Proctor. So Jack, love to kick things off with you this morning on the legislative session update and looking forward to hearing from your team. Welcome.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to let Jackson start with the introduction for our part of the program this morning, so I'm going to turn it over to Jackson.
All right. Thank you, Judge. Well, good morning, retirees, and happy Friday to you all. First of all, my name is Jackson Cozart, and I'm one of your lobbyists down at the General Assembly, and I want to thank you all for joining us today. And if you join us all week, thank you so much for being a part of the celebration of public service. It's obviously something that's very, very important to us. And we hope you really enjoyed what we've done this week. We hope you found it fun and informative and maybe learned something, because we really appreciate you all joining in, and it's obviously very important to us. I want to introduce a couple of my colleagues. You've already met the Judge Jack Cozart, but we're also here with Jessica Proctor and Kari Barsness. And what we're going to do today is we're just going to give you basically a legislative update. We're going to talk about what's going on at the legislature right now, kind of what they've already done, what we see them happening in the future at the end of this short session. We're also going to go over the budget, probably talk about some numbers, talk about where they are in budget negotiations, kind of where we see it going and what we hope to see happen. And then finally, we're going to kind of like recap it all. Like, what does all this mean? Like, what do we see happening towards the end of this short session? How is that going to influence the rest of the year, going into the long session of next year? And what can you guys do as citizen advocates and retirees to help this organization? So without further ado, I'm going to pass it on to Jessica Proctor for our legislative update. Jessica.
Thank you so much, Jackson. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jessica Proctor, and I have served with the retirees for 6 years, and I'm honored every day to do so. So I will echo Jackson's sentiments with a huge thank you for participating and being a member of NCRGEA. I'm going to do a brief update of some of the larger pieces of legislation that are coming through the short session. Some of these have been lingering in the legislative building for up to a decade, some of these issues. And we're seeing some movement, and a couple of the most substantial ones, and of course, we're going to touch on a couple of it. First things first, Medicaid expansion has made a lot of progress, whereas 8 years ago or so, it was not going to go anywhere. The Medicaid expansion bill has passed the House. It is a large omnibus bill that touches on many things that have been issues at the legislature previously, including certificate of need. Certificate of need is the process in how hospitals may open in certain areas. This has been a very contentious matter for many years. The architects of House Bill 149, which is the Medicaid expansion bill, it does repeal many areas of certificate of need laws, albeit not all of them. You will see now that it's in the House that it will probably face very fierce opposition. But the interesting thing about this is that it previously was the Senate that was the blocker of Medicaid expansion. And they were lockstep and very fervent in their views that Medicaid expansion would have unnecessary financial burdens upon the state. They have changed that. I think that the COVID expansion of Medicaid has helped that, and some of the softening of the rules and Medicaid funding by the federal government has helped that as well. But you will see, if you follow it, that the House has a lot of opposition. I do not know how this will play out with the governor, because the governor, that has been the entree of the governor's buffet, that he wanted to see Medicaid expanded as part of his legacy. He very well may threaten a veto on a budget, which would leave us going with the biennium budget. One thing, too, that has made progress, but has also stalled, is medical marijuana. Senate Bill 448, which is a medical marijuana bill, has passed both chambers. However, Senate Bill 711 has been moved to the House and its House rules and right now is stuck. Senate 448 passed both chambers with very little opposition. I believe there was only one senator that opposed it from Eastern North Carolina. That would be my senator, Norman Sanderson, and had strong bipartisan support. The bills are not very simple. They have governing boards. They have requirements for doctors to write those prescriptions. They have training, and they have expanded law enforcement regulations in managing medical marijuana. And there will be a governing board overseeing it. So it looks like Senate 448 will be headed for the governor's signature, and Senate 711 will probably remain in committee going into next year. One thing to note in reading through all the bills that have been filed this year for this session, which is moving very quickly, North Carolina has biennium sessions where you have a long session in an odd year and then a short session in the even years. We're in the short session. And oftentimes in the short session, there's a lot of clarification, there's cleanup, and things that may respond to current events. One thing I've noted is that there are a great many tightening of law enforcement bills this year, including strengthening penalties for arson, for organized theft, strengthening the sex offender registry, collecting DNA from charged people with crimes against women, and a whole host of other bills that are addressing things that came a lot out of the unrest of 2020 and, of course, the January 6th event at the U.S. Capitol. You see that there's also some new legislation coming out that is going to work on hospital billing. I do not see that passing this session, but I do see it rolling into next year. And otherwise, it's moving fast. So thank you, Jackson.
All right, we're going to pass it to Kari now to discuss the budget. Thanks, Jessica. Kari, you're muted.
Thank you, Jackson. Hi, everyone. This is Kari. I am one of the newest members of the lobbying team and real excited to be here today with all of you, and also excited to be part of the association team who gets to advocate on all of your behalfs. Jackson stuck me with a budget update because I am actually a former state employee, but in particular, I spent the most time working in the Office of State Budget and Management as a budget analyst. So I guess I'll say sometimes geek out on the budget, but I won't do that today, I promise. With that said, I want to step back a little bit to May of 2022. And the reason why is because every year, the fiscal research team, which is the budget team at the General Assembly, and then the budget team at OSBM, they come together and build a consensus forecast. They do 2 or 3 forecasts throughout the year, but then once the April surprise comes back, meaning all the tax collections that were received by the April 15th deadline, once they have all those numbers, they do a final revised consensus forecast. And that matters because those are the numbers that all of the legislators use to determine how much money they have available to spend, or either to spend or in some cases to then cut taxes. And so when this consensus forecast came out in May, they found, or they discovered, or they projected that there would be a $6.2 billion surplus. Yes, that is a lot of money when we're talking about a roughly $29 billion overall state budget with a $6.2 billion surplus. That's significant. What we're hearing is that a lot of those funds, maybe upwards of 2/3 of those funds, were recurring in nature. But one other important piece that the analysts pointed out, that even though you have a fair amount of recurring now, those recurring funds down the road will decrease. And so why does that matter? That's important because salaries and all other sorts of ongoing obligations are funded with those recurring funds. And so they always are wanting to make sure that they're not overcommitting themselves with recurring funds using non-recurring or one-time dollars. So we're working on a $6.2 billion surplus. What does that mean for COLA? Well, in theory, that is all good news, but as the General Assembly decides how to spend those monies. We have been hearing from both the House and the Senate on a number of things that they want to do with that surplus. Number one, the Senate actually wants to move forward some of the tax cuts that they had passed in last year's budget. Some of you guys are aware they will eliminate the corporate income tax in maybe 2029. They're phasing that out. They also make significant changes to the franchise tax. Again, that was over time. So those two big tax pieces, and possibly even we've been hearing them wanting to further reduce the personal income tax. So all of those things could be front loaded, which would eat into a lot of that recurring revenue that we have this year. So in terms of where we're at it with the COLA, we know that the governor put a 1% COLA in his budget. We know that the speaker is publicly supportive of a COLA. And then you have the Senate chamber, which has always not been quite as favorable towards recurring funds. Last year, as you all know, you guys received a bonus. The state retirees received a bonus, and then the local retirees through the Elders Board received a bonus. However, we have yet to get a COLA, but I will tell you, we are feeling cautiously optimistic that we might be able to receive a COLA. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One, it's an election year. For those of you who remember paying attention to the budget, typically the legislature likes to do good things in a budget year, meaning teacher pay increases, employee pay increases, and sometimes COLA will also fall into that. A second reason is that the investment earnings from the investments have shown positive results for the last couple of years. In fact, I was told by a full appropriations chair in the House that he believes there's enough money to do a 2% COLA and have it come from earnings. So that's a good thing, because that would not take money from that $6.2 billion surplus that I just mentioned earlier. So like I said, we are optimistic, but we never know until the final budget is signed. That said, let me talk about the budget process real quickly. The House and Senate are meeting jointly. That would be the full appropriations chairs, and they've included the subcommittee chairs are meeting, and they are moving very, very, very rapidly in terms of a budget. One really important thing to note this year, I'm sure all of you guys are very familiar with how there's this very long, drawn out budget process. One chamber starts with the budget. They put their budget out, they pass it, goes through the committees, they send it over to the other chamber, and then the other chamber goes through that whole committee process as well. Then they appoint budget conferees, and that's usually a 2-week-ish process. This year, they're skipping all of that, and they're going to find a bill that is already in conference, meaning it's passed both chambers, but they did not agree upon it. So they will find that bill that's passed both chambers and needs to be negotiated, and that will become the budget. So they are making all of these decisions, and then they will put it in one bill, this conference report, and it means just the House and the Senate have one up or down vote. And so that will mean that the budget process in terms of the public portion of it will be much shorter, and there will be very little, if any, room for changes, because conference reports are for an up or down vote. You don't get to make amendments to those conference reports. So that might mean we might have a 5,000-page technical corrections bill. I was joking about the 5,000 pages, by the way, but we do probably expect there will be a technical corrections bill to go along with some of the issues that need to get resolved after they pass the budget. We are hearing that they hope to pass the budget on June 20th, which I know is not very far away. It's about a week and a half away. They've been working all week. They were working last weekend. I know they're working this weekend, trying to hammer out all those issues. We're expecting the budget to go to the corner offices this weekend, meaning any decisions that could not be made between the House and the Senate full chairs will go to the President Pro Tem, Phil Berger, and the Speaker of the House, Tim Moore, next week for final decisions. What can you guys do about the budget? How can you influence the budget? Well, number one, after this, I think it's 2 videos after this. Today, we have recorded a session on how to reach out to your legislator. So we've given you tips and tools about learning about your member and how best to reach out to your member. Letters and phone calls work best, frankly. Emails, they get so many, they just ignore them. But when you are sending a letter or a phone call, make sure you're calling your legislator. Don't call a legislator from across the state because they do not listen to those. They want to hear from their constituents. So make sure you call your legislator. Again, you can go to ncleg.gov and then again, watch the video. We've given you some more information on how to best do that. That's all I have on the budget front. And I think we're going to have Judge Jack wrap up our legislative update.
Thanks, Kari. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jack Kozord, and if Kari is the newest member of your lobbying team, I'm the oldest rat in the lobbying barn. I retired from the Court of Appeals in 1997, June the 30th, 1997. On July the 1st, 1997, I became a member of a law firm that represented NCRGEA. So on July the 1st, I will celebrate my 25th anniversary of being a lobbyist and an attorney for NCRGEA. And I'm very proud of my long association with you. I want to thank Kari and Jessica and Jackson for those excellent reports on where the legislature is. And I just have a few things to kind of wrap up the presentation. One, I'm going to stress again how important it is that you tune in to the video today, where we give you tips and a little information about how to contact your legislator and the kinds of things that you want to do to be a better advocate for the association. So please tune into that video and please contact your legislator. We would like for you to do it within the next week because, as Kari indicated, June 20th may very well be the day that they bring the budget up. From what we're hearing, soon after that budget bill is adopted, the entire legislature is going to wrap up its business and adjourn. So there are only a few weeks left in this short session. Some of the committees, those that have met at all, are now beginning to shut down. I think the Senate Education Committee met for the last time last week. The chairman said her goodbyes to the members of the committee. So we think that committee has probably finished its business. This is a session that they had intended when they came in May to try to wrap everything up by July the 1st. And that's a tough task. It's almost like turning around a battleship in the middle of the ocean. It takes a while to slow things down and turn it around and get it moving in a different direction. That's kind of the way the General Assembly works. So while July the 1st may be overly optimistic, we think that sometime in probably mid-July, they will finish their business. So for those of you who want to become citizen advocates, and we would encourage all of you to do that, now is the time to do it because they're not going to be in session very long. There will be some interim committees that will work between the adjournment of this session and the beginning of the next long session in January of 2023. That's also a good time for you to get to know your legislator at home. And again, from our video later on today, we give you some ideas about how you can learn what your legislator is doing and how you can become acquainted with your legislator and be a better advocate. So that pretty much wraps it up for us from where the legislature is right now and what we expect to happen over the course of the next couple of weeks. So we're going to turn our program back over to Brian. And again, thanks to everyone for tuning in, and be a citizen advocate.
Thank you, Jack, and thank you, Jackson, Kari, and Jessica for that informative session. Just a reminder to all of our watchers, all of these sessions are on YouTube, on our playlist. You can download them, listen to them as a video or podcast on a walk, but these will all be helpful to you as you think about your role in advocating locally for the members and the benefits of NCRGEA. Now, next up, we're going to take a short break, and we will be back around 11:15 to hear about our next session. And we hope that during the time that you have to take a break, that you have a chance to register for those bingo or those trivia contests at ncrgea.com/trivia. We'll see you back in a bit. Thank you. back, everyone. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at NCRGA. We've had an exciting morning this morning with the Governor's proclamation, as well as the announcement of our new Executive Director, Tim O'Connell, who'll be joining us a little bit later today for some Q&A and some more interesting conversation for folks around the state. We also recently heard from our lobbyist team and how you can get involved locally and advocate on behalf of North Carolina retirees and your needs. And we're thrilled to be rejoined by the Judge Jack Cozart to kind of walk us through the Lake case. You know that we've promoted this on our website and given you an update a little while back. And Jack will be very helpful in helping you understand the case and kind of everything you need to know at present and what to expect going forward. After his remarks this morning, we'll also have a short video to take you a little bit deeper into some additional legislative matters, and we're excited to hear from Jack again this morning. So Jack, welcome back.
Thanks, Brian. I'll give a quick introduction of myself. I'm Jack Cozart. I retired as a judge of the North Carolina Court of Appeals on June 30th, 1997. And on July the 1st, 1997, as an attorney in private practice, I became a lobbyist for this association and from time to time an attorney counsel to the association, handling a variety of matters. I want to talk to you a little bit this morning about the Lake case, about what has been happening with it and what we think will be coming up in the future. Because I know a lot of you have questions about it, you're interested in it, and you want to know what is happening with it. Let me first, though, explain a little bit about what the association's role is and what my role is. The association is not a party to the lawsuit. The lawsuit was filed by retirees who were damaged when the legislature in 2011 converted the non-contributory healthcare benefit for retirees from an 80-20 to a 70-30. The plaintiffs in the case are 26 retirees who were affected by that change. Now, what the association did was, upon hearing of the complaints from its members, it decided that it should get involved and help the plaintiff retirees find the correct law firm to handle the case, and then serve as a liaison between the plaintiffs and the law firm, and offering whatever other kinds of support they could give to the lawyers to make sure the case went forward. Before I start talking about the case, I want to talk a little bit about the lawyers who are handling the case for us. We made contact in 2011 with a law firm in Gastonia. It's the firm of Gray, Layton, Kirsch, Solomon, Furr, and Smith. And the reason we went there was because they had experience in handling these kinds of lawsuits. They had successfully represented county retirees who had had their benefits changed. And we've had, probably more than a dozen attorneys to work on the case over the last 10 years. But I want to mention by name the ones who have done the most work for us. From that law firm, the Gray, Layton, Kirsch law firm, Chris Welchel, Marcus Carpenter, Michael Carpenter, and Marshall Walker have done yeoman work on your behalf. And they have brought in other law firms to help them. Gary Jackson with the law offices of James Scott Barron, and Sam McGee from the 10 Fulton, Walker, and Owen law firm. And they have really worked hard on your behalf over the last 10 years on this lawsuit. I'm going to start out by giving you some late breaking news about the case. As you will recall, the North Carolina Supreme Court on March the 11th issued its opinion holding that the plaintiffs were entitled to recover from the state for the damages they incurred because of the state having changed the benefits in 2011. And they also said that going forward, the state could not make changes to give you less than an 80-20 non-contributory plan. We learned last night at about 5 o'clock that the state of North Carolina, through the Attorney General's office, had filed a petition asking the United States Supreme Court to review the case. And so your first question is probably, what does the U.S. Supreme Court have to do with this? Is this a federal case? Well, the United States Supreme Court has jurisdiction of cases decided by state Supreme Court if the state Supreme Court relied on a federal constitutional provision in issuing the ruling. So in its petition, which I have not had a chance to read yet, but I have been told that the state is basing its claim that the U.S. Supreme Court should hear the case on their theory that the North Carolina Supreme Court relied on the federal provision, the federal constitutional provision against abrogation of contracts. And so that's the basis upon which they're asking the Supreme Court to review the case. So your next question is probably, well, what does that mean? Will the case stop now? Will the U.S. Supreme Court take it? It's hard to predict things like that. I'll need to look carefully at what the state's petition says. But I think it's fair to say that the U.S. Supreme Court receives thousands and thousands of petitions every year to review cases, and they grant very, very few of those. The percentage would be very, very low. And so whether this case has enough of a serious federal constitutional issue that the U.S. Supreme Court would take it up in the midst of all the other things that they have on their table right now, we'll just have to wait and see what that happens. And we'll also have to do some work to find out whether our case still goes forward in state court while the petition is pending. Again, this was filed late yesterday, and I haven't had a chance to read it, and our lawyers are researching it now. But my initial reaction is that the filing of a petition in the U.S. Supreme Court does not automatically stay the underlying state court proceeding. So that's my initial thinking, but again, it's going to have to take more research before we can determine whether that's the rule and whether we go forward with what we had planned to be doing in state court. So let me give you a brief history of the case so that you'll understand where we are in state court and what we think our next proceedings are going to be. As most of you know, for several years prior to 2011, the state had provided an 80-20 non-contributory health benefits plan for its eligible retirees. The 2011 session of the General Assembly, in an effort to save money, it was a tough budget year, converted that 80-20 to a 70-30 plan. If you were a retiree and you were on the 80-20 plan and you wanted to keep it rather than going to a 730, you had to pay a premium. So that made it it took it out of the non-contributory class. In April of 2012, 26 retirees filed lawsuit against the state of North Carolina, contending that the General Assembly did not have the authority to reduce the benefits for eligible retirees. The reason the case is called the Lake case is because the first named plaintiff in the case was retired Supreme Court Chief Justice I. Beverly Lake Jr. And so that's why it's called the Lake case. And it was filed 10 years ago. And so you probably want to know, why has the case taken so long? Why are we just now getting a favorable ruling 10 years later? Well, the first thing that happened in the case was the state moved to dismiss the case on the grounds that they could not be sued for this kind of a legislative and administrative action. And so the case went to the trial court judge who was assigned to hold the case, or assigned to hear the case. This case was designated a special case by the Chief Justice, which meant that all proceedings will go before the same judge so that you don't have to try to re-educate a new judge on the circuit each time something comes up in court. So the Supreme Court assigned the case to Judge Ed Wilson from Rockingham County. And so he has been hearing every motion, every proceeding in the case since 2012. He denied the state's motion to dismiss the case on the grounds that they couldn't be sued. And after he issued that order, the state appealed his ruling to the State Court of Appeals. And on appeal, the trial court's denial of the motion to dismiss was upheld, and the case was sent back to trial court. And during this time, both sides, the plaintiffs and the state as defendants, did what's called discovery. They're using recognized legal practices to gain evidence about the case, both in the form of requesting documents from the other side and also in taking depositions to get testimony that would be used at trial from potential witnesses in the case. For example, when this case was filed, Janet Cowell was the treasurer, and so her deposition was taken in this case, and lots of other state officials, the director of the state health plan, and lots of other folks. So there was a lot of activity going on, and a lot of the information was very technical and very complicated. So it took quite a while to put it all together. There were two important decisions that occurred about 5 years into the legal proceedings. In 2016, the trial court certified the case as a class action. And what that means is that not just the 26 named plaintiffs in the case would be parties to the case, but also all retirees who had vested retirement benefits before or as of 2011, when the General Assembly changed the plan, and who did not opt out of being in the class action. In lawsuits like this, the way it is handled is that the lawyers for the plaintiffs get a list of all the potential defendants, and they are sent information saying, here's the lawsuit that we're filing. You are eligible to be a member of the class of plaintiffs suing the state, and you will stay in that class unless you send us this card back, opting out, telling us you don't want to be in the suit. So that means we have over 200,000 plaintiffs in the case. There are over 200,000 eligible retirees who were affected by the decision in 2011 who did not opt out of the case. In 2017, there was another important decision made by the trial court. Both sides in the case, the plaintiffs and the state, file motions for what's called summary judgment. And that is a legal proceeding where, if there's no dispute as to what the facts of the case are, the trial court makes the decision on who's entitled to judgment as a matter of law. And so both the state and the plaintiffs file motions for summary judgment contending, we know what the facts are. Here are all the things the state did to tell people what their benefits were. Here's what the General Assembly did in 2011. Those facts are not in dispute. We think, the plaintiffs say, we think we're entitled to recover. The state says, yes, those are the facts. They're not in dispute. We don't think the plaintiffs are entitled to recover. So that decision was squarely before Judge Wilson in 2017. And he found that there were no facts in dispute. And then he further found that the plaintiffs should win, that the law was on their side. That is, he held that the state and the retirees had a contract, an agreement on what the benefits would be during retirement, and that the state had broken the contract by reducing the non-contributory benefits in 2011. Now, when he made that ruling, the trial court did not enter a decision on what the damages were, because there was not enough evidence before him at the time to determine what each of those more than 200,000 plaintiffs was entitled to recover. So he reserved making a decision on the damages at that time after more evidence would come in. The state again appealed that judgment to the Court of Appeals. Both the state and the retirees, the plaintiffs, filed a motion with the Supreme Court asking the Supreme Court to take the case prior to a decision by the Court of Appeals. And that's frequently done on complicated cases, cases that have a lot of interest around the state, and there will be a lot of people affected by it. And it appeared that this case met all those criteria. However, there were a lot of lengthy procedural issues that occurred during this time, with the Supreme Court ultimately denying the petition to bypass the Court of Appeals and leaving the case at the Court of Appeals for consideration. So the Court of Appeals heard the case in November of 2018. So here we are. We're now some 6.5 years into the case when the Court of Appeals hears the case for the second time. And this time it's to decide whether or not Judge Wilson correctly granted judgment for the retirees. The Court of Appeals reversed Judge Wilson's ruling, and they held basically that there was no contract between the state and the retirees for healthcare benefits. So the retirees asked the Supreme Court, the state Supreme Court, to review the ruling of the Court of Appeals. There were a lot of procedural delays that occurred again, but ultimately the Supreme Court granted the request to review the case. And so then there were briefs filed on the Court of Appeals decision, whether it was correct or not. And finally, the case was argued in the Supreme Court in October of 2021. And some of you may have watched that argument. Of course, we were right in the middle of the pandemic then, and arguments were being held virtually by Zoom, just like we're doing right now. And we had posted online at the association a link where if people wanted to view and listen to the arguments, they could. So I hope some of you got to hear those arguments. 3 months ago, on March the 11th, the Supreme Court issued an opinion reversing the Court of Appeals. And that opinion held that the retirees did have enforceable contract rights in their health care benefits. And so what does that decision mean? What does it mean for you as a retiree? Well, the ruling was very specific. It was a long opinion, and it went into a great deal of detail about the state health plan. It reviewed a lot of other cases that were similar to this. Some of you may remember the Bailey case. Again, that case was named for the first named plaintiff in the case, who happened to also be a judge. Judge James H.P. Bailey was a Superior Court judge in Raleigh. And the issue in the Bailey case, dealt with whether or not the state could tax the pay of retirees, because they had said that they would not, and then they started taxing it. And so Bailey and others filed suit. And again, it was another very long time before the Supreme Court ultimately ruled that the state was wrong. And so they ended up paying a lot of damages. As I recall, it went over $1 billion that they ended up having to pay in that case. Look, excuse me a second. Can't make all my phones stop. So I was talking about the ruling by the Supreme Court being specific. It was very specific. And what it said was this. It said that each retiree in the class is entitled for life to the non-contributory healthcare benefits offered by the state at the time that retiree vested in retirement healthcare benefits. And so you literally are looking at 200,000 different calendars, different time sequences. And as we know, the plan did change from time to time over the years. And the time at which a person vests in the healthcare benefits as a retiree has also changed over the years. So there's going to have to be a lot of further evidence produced that will allow the trial court to decide what each of these plaintiffs is going to be entitled to recover as a result of the 2011 action by the legislature reducing the benefits. And what the court said was that the benefits that a retiree has at the time of vesting are a part of that retiree's contract, his employment contract with the state. And that's why he's entitled to keep these benefits, because he has a contract with the state saying, here's what you get. And then when the state abrogated that contract, that meant that they were entitled to damages. And with over 200,000 retirees in this class, it's going to take a lot of evidence and information for the trial court to be able to make reasonable, intelligent decisions about how much each person is going to recover. So the Supreme Court sent the case back to the trial court, back to Judge Wilson, who's still the judge handling the case, for a determination of how much in damages each retiree should receive. In other words, what are the extra costs that each person incurred as a result of the 2011 action of the General Assembly? And that's just going to be a ton of information. Each side will have to hire experts, actuaries, to determine what those damages are. And then each side will present its evidence to the trial court for the trial court to make a determination on what the plaintiffs are entitled to receive. And so you're probably asking, well, that may not cover me. I may have vested after 2011. So what happens to me if I'm a person who vested in the retirement system after 2011? Am I affected by this? We don't know. That's another issue that the trial court's going to have to determine once they get back involved in the case again. And so what will happen at some point in the near future is, while the plaintiff retirees and while the state are hiring and consulting with actuaries to try to develop information about what the damages should be, they will have scheduling sessions with Judge Wilson to determine what should happen and when it should happen going forward in the case. So how long is this going to take? Well, knowing how complicated it's going to be to gather the evidence and present it to the trial court in a reasonable fashion that the trial court can use to make an informed decision, we suspect it will take at least several months. It may take a year or more because there is just so much evidence that has to be developed. And one other thing I want to stress is that if you are a local government retiree, you are not affected by this case. This case involves only state government retirees who are a part of the retirement systems division's state health plan. If you're a local government retiree, the local government unit that you work for, your municipality or your county, has its own retirement system. And so you are covered by that plan and not the state plan that's the subject of the Lake case. So now I want to go back to just a minute to how I started this presentation, and that is with the state of North Carolina now having asked the U.S. Supreme Court to take the case. We don't know whether that's going to stop these proceedings that should be going forward in trial court now. Our lawyers will have to research that. And again, my initial response after having spent 45 years in the legal business is that the filing of a petition in the U.S. Supreme Court does not automatically stay the underlying state court proceedings that they should go forward. But again, that's going to be a legal decision that will be made by judges after research by attorneys on both sides and presentations about that. That pretty much concludes my summary of what's happened in the case and where it is now and where we should be going. I think we have a few minutes left. If anybody has any questions they want to ask about it, I'll be happy to try to answer them. So let me see if there's something on chat or if there's, let's see. No questions yet? Let's see. Paula, Daryl. We'll wait just a couple more minutes. And if there are no questions, we'll go ahead and move into the next video that's coming up for you today. I was involved in that as well. Keep an eye on the time here. See, Rusty, if you're ready to queue up the next video, I'll go ahead and introduce it. Okay, the next video will be coming to you again from your lobbying team, and that would be Jackson Kozort, Kari Barsonis, Jessica Proctor, and me. And what this video does is it gives you first information about how to learn things. Let's see, I do see one in the chat. Oh, the Bailey case. Yeah, here's a quick summary of the Bailey case. The Bailey case involved whether or not the state could tax retiree benefits. And it's fairly complicated as to exactly who's covered by it. The state had a policy of not taxing, and then it changed and said it would tax benefits. And a number of plaintiffs filed suit led by Judge Bailey, Superior Court judge in Wake County, contesting that the state did not have the right to change that rule for those people who had retired under the promise that they were not going to have to pay taxes on their state retirement income. And again, that case took about as long as this Lake case has taken before it finally was resolved. And it was resolved in favor of those plaintiffs who had retired before a certain period of time. And I don't remember exactly what the date is, but those who had been promised that their retirement income would not be taxed were covered by the ruling, and they do not have to pay taxes on their state retirement income. During the last several years, there have been a number of bills introduced by members of the General Assembly to try to extend the benefit of the Bailey case to more retirees than the ones who were covered by that certain time period. And we have worked with other organizations to try to get that legislation passed. There was a bill introduced in the long session last year, the 2021 session, that would provide that military retirees would not have to pay state tax on their military retirement income received in North Carolina. And we tried to get that bill amended to include state retirees, but we were not successful in doing that. So that's pretty much what the Bailey case is, what it stands for. Again, it's affected, or it applies only to people who retired before a certain date. And again, I don't remember exactly when that cutoff is. But we can always find that and post it on our website. So I'll make myself a note to do that. So let's see what's in my chat line.
Okay. Question says he understands that the late case does not apply to locals, but does the principle affect locals? Again, this case is very fact specific on exactly what the contract was or is between an employee and his employer. It's all based on a contractual promise made by the state that we will provide these healthcare benefits to you for your life. And so it's going to be dependent in each local government unit as to exactly what the relationship is between the employee and his local government hiring unit. We know it does apply to some local governments because the reason we hired the firm that we did out of Gaston County is because we were familiar with a lawsuit up in that part of the state where the Gray law firm in Gastonia had represented retirees from a county whose benefits were changed after they retired, and they won the lawsuit. And so we know that the principle applies to local government because we did have that precedent from a victorious lawsuit filed by this law firm. So it could apply to other local government units, but again, it's going to be very fact specific on exactly what the contractual relationship is between the employee, retiree, and the local government unit. So, okay, I was in the middle of introducing the next video. And again, it is from your lobbying team. There are 4 of us who represent you in the General Assembly and elsewhere, trying to help secure benefits for you and other things that are in your best interest. And what we do in this video is we talk to you about ways that you can learn who your legislator is, ncleg.com. And then once you do that, we'll tell you about other websites you can use to learn things about your legislator, with the hope that you'll find things in common with them and that you'll do things with them so that they'll get to know you and you'll get a better response when you talk to your legislator. I've been working in and out of the General Assembly for the last 50 years, and it is my firm belief that the groups and the associations who have the best results in the General Assembly are those who have members who have regular contact with legislators at home. And so that's what we encourage you to do in this video. And we try to give you some pointers and some information on how you can do that. And so, Rusty, if you've got everything ready, I will sign off and you can go into the video on how to be a better citizen advocate for this association. And thanks to all of you.
Hey, everyone. My name is Kari Barsness, and I'm one of your lobbyists who represents you at the North Carolina General Assembly. The 4 of us are here today, and obviously we're very excited to be here to celebrate the Week of Public Service, but also we want to talk with you about how to effectively contact your legislator and why that's important. So before I jump into the content on the slides, I want to give you some context. As I said, the 4 of us are paid lobbyists and work with the association. However, all of you on this video right now are citizen advocates. And citizen advocates are volunteers who have an interest and want to advocate for their interests to a member of the General Assembly or any elected official. And again, that is you. Well, why is that important? It's important because, yes, we're down there, but honestly, legislators love talking to their constituents. You're a constituent. You have 1 House member, 1 Senate member who represents you, and they love talking to all of you and frankly listen to you sometimes more than they listen to us. And our goal here today is to arm you with information to be able to give you the tools for you to feel comfortable to reach out and meet with your legislator. So let me jump to the content on the slide here. First of all, we know that a number of you have established relationships with elected officials. If that's the case, that's great.
That I really and highly encourage you to figure out as much about that elected official outside of the legislative building that you can. A great example of this is the site that I really like to use is votesmart.org. And Kari, if you can go ahead and pull that up, we're just not going to tell you what it does. We're going to actually show you an example. And as she's pulling that up, I use votesmart.org. That's what I really like. I found it to be the most concrete and have the most information, but there's lots of different tools that you can use, but let's just use this one as an example. Kari, let's look up Brent Jackson, if you don't.
He said, okay, Kari, you come visit me. So I did. And when I got there, he was very excited to see me. We drove around Long Airy in his beat up old pickup truck. It's his farm truck. He showed me his Camaro that he was rebuilding. He took me out for ice cream. And the highlight of the trip was he drove me to one of the best places to view Pilot Mountain State Park. And let me tell you something, when I got back to Raleigh and we had to do work, we worked so much better together after that because I took the time to learn about him and his district and where he's from. And he really appreciated that. So again, I can't stress enough how important it is, not just for us, but also for you guys to go meet with legislators in their district. So after all of this, I am going to turn it over to Jackson for some things you need to know before you do actually reach out to your legislator.
All right. Well, thank you, Kari. My name is Jackson Kozort, and I am another one of the lobbyists that represents all of you retirees down at the General Assembly. And like Kari had just said, just to echo what she said, North Carolina ncleg.gov is a great place to find all of the initial information on your legislator or your elected official. It'll let you know what district they're in. It'll let you know their email address. It'll let you know their numbers. And like she said, you contact them in the best way or the way you're most comfortable, whether it's emailing them or picking up the phone and calling their office. But first, before you do that, I really and highly encourage you to figure out as much about that elected official outside of the legislative building that you can. A great example of this is the site that I really like to use is votesmart.org. And Kari, if you can go ahead and pull that up, we're just not going to tell you what it does. We're going to actually show you an example. And as she's pulling that up, I use votesmart.org. That's what I really like. I found it to be the most concrete and have the most information, but there's lots of different tools that you can use, but let's just use this one as an example. Kari, let's look up Brent Jackson, if you don't mind. And so you just type in his name, and there he is, right there. And so go ahead and click on bio. And as you see, this is going to give you tons and tons and tons of information. It's where he's from, where he was born. It even has his religion. If you just want to click on education, you can tell he's a Wolfpacker. He went to North Carolina State University. We were against him. Current legislative committee. Look, you can tell he's co-chair of agriculture and forestry. He's chair of the agriculture and energy. He's chair of appropriations. These are very important things to know. All the caucuses he's in. As you can tell, he is a very active member and important person down there. But here is where I really find that I can get the most useful information. His professional experience. You can see that he is the founder, president, executive officer of Jackson Farming Company Incorporated. He's been doing it since 1981. And then look at all the members he is. So he's a member of the Southeast Produce Council. He's out-of-state member of the South Carolina Watermelon Association. And a little fact about Senator Jackson, if you've eaten a watermelon in the last, 10 years, there is a really good that it has come from his farm. So just by learning all of this extra information, you can try to build a connection, something that you have in common with this elected official. Because like Kari said, when you can find that common ground with that elected official, it just really helps you build a firmer relationship when you can find something in common. And to give you a couple examples of this, I'm going to turn it over to the judge, Jack Kazort, who has been down at the legislative building since 1971 and has great examples of how this has really helped him build relationships as he's continued his long career over the last, 40, 50 years. So Judge, take it away.
Thank you, Jackson. As Jackson indicated, I have worked in and around the General Assembly for the last 50 years. I've been a lobbyist for your association for the last 25 years, and I've enjoyed that a great deal. And I've seen a lot of change in the time I've been at the legislature. But the one thing that hasn't changed is that the person who develops the best relationship with a legislator is the one who has the best opportunity to get something positive done for him or her or their cause. And so for that reason, I'm going to continue to encourage you to try to find some common with your legislator, something that you can discuss outside of the issue that you want to talk about. As Jackson indicated, you can go online and find a ton of information about legislators on VoteSmart and other applications. What else can you do? Well, if you pay attention to your local media, you'll learn things about your legislator. You'll find out whether your senator works with Habitat for Humanity. You'll find out whether they're involved with the food bank. And you may see that there's something like that that you would also want to do, where you would have an opportunity to develop a relationship with a senator or with a representative by doing something like that. So you do as much as you can with the media to learn about those things. You watch TV, you read your local newspaper, see what they're up to, try to see if there are things that you can work on together, things that you can talk to your legislator about. And then suppose you get a meeting in their office. Most of the times when you get a meeting there, you're going to have to wait because they're usually really busy and going to meetings and in and out and that sort of thing. One of the things you can do when you go to a legislator's office, either whether in his business at home or when you're in his office in the General Assembly, is look at you and pay attention to what's in the office, because they're going to be surrounding themselves with things that mean something to them. You can see pictures of their family. You can learn about their family. You can see pictures of landscapes and you'll learn about where they're from and things that are important to them, like Pilot Mountain, Kari's senator. And you can also look at things like what kind of plaques do they have on the wall? Who has honored them? I know I went to the finance chair's office several years ago. This was the House finance chair. And while I was waiting to talk to him, I saw on his wall a plaque banner from the Cleveland Indians. Well, I'm an old-time baseball fan, and as luck would have it, I'm also a fan of the Cleveland Indians. So we were able to talk about the Cleveland Indians before I ever brought up any issues. And we became friends over that affinity for the same baseball team, so that when I would see him in the hall, he would come by and chat and talk. And we were able to develop a relationship because of that. I was in another representative's office and I noticed he had lots of train sets and lots of books about trains. And as it turned out, he was just a real fan of railroads. And so I made a point out of teaching myself a little bit about railroads, reading up on it a little bit, so that when I went to see him again, we would have something to talk about before we would ever get down to business. And it just made the relationship a lot better, and it increases your chance of getting something done. Look around the wall and see if they've done Ducks Unlimited, see if they're hunting, see if they go fishing, see if they go sailing, garden clubs, anything like that, that you think you can do to learn more about the legislator and that you can use in developing a better relationship. Because as you've heard twice, the person who can be at ease with the legislator and have some common ground and a way to talk about non-business things before you get down to business is really going to increase your chances of being successful. And that applies to lobbyists like us or citizen advocates like you. And now I'm going to ask Jessica to talk a little bit about media and some other things that you need to know as you become citizen advocates for your association. Jessica.
Thank you, Judge Kozort. Hi, I'm Jessica Proctor, and it's a pleasure to be with y'all today. I'm the last slide, so congratulations on making it through the video, and also a member of the lobbying team for the association. One thing we want to touch on before we go by is, after you research and meet with your legislator, what do you do afterwards? And I'll tell you, you send them a letter or a note thanking them for their time. You reiterate the issue that you were discussing with them. And for many offices, you probably will even get a response from that letter or note. Legislators receive up to 1,000 emails a day. Emails are no longer the most effective means of communication. It's odd in a digital age that actually a letter writing would be more effective, but it is tremendously more effective. And it sticks with that legislator because it shows that you have sincerity in your actions. And one other way that you can communicate in your community afterwards is, we were talking earlier about keeping up with local newspapers. Letters to the editor, people poo-poo them, but they make their way into social media and can be a very effective form. And anyone on this call or this Zoom, if you're willing to sit through this, you are able to write a letter to the editor. And you can write about pension issues or other matters, rural health care, other matters of relevance to where you live. Now, staying informed. Information's a big buzz these days, so you'll see on this slide several ways that you can stay informed on issues pertaining to retirees. Our government relations updates will be going out again soon. If you have not signed up, please do so. It takes about 4 seconds to do. The NCRGEA website has been revamped and is full of not just government relations information, but information about health and wellness and other things like that now. Again, back to the General Assembly website, the calendar is updated every day. Any additions of pending legislation is updated almost immediately. And then you can look for local media updates like we touched on before from your local news sources. We are also on Facebook and Twitter, and it is also very wise to follow elected officials who are relevant to your cause and your area. And if you can, we're starting to get back out in the community again. Attend events where you can see your elected officials in the district get to know them better, find out what's important to them, and make yourself more relevant in their work. And for my great lobbying team and myself, it is an honor to serve you. Thank you for sticking with us through this video, and enjoy the week of public celebration. Thank you.
Welcome back. This is Brian Setzer, Interim Executive Director at NCRGEA. We're thrilled that our lobbyist was able to take us through both sessions this morning. We're excited to also hear from our legislators. So in the next section, you'll have a video from Representative Prey and also from Senator Woodard. Sit back, enjoy both videos as they celebrate public service in North Carolina, and we all connect to the great public service you've provided throughout your careers and the life that you're making in the next several years. Let's take it away, Representative.
Hi, I'm Kari Barsness. I'm one of the NCRGEA lobbyists, and I'm excited to have with me Representative Erin Prey. Representative Prey is in her first term in the General Assembly and represents Southern Wake County. Representative Prey has been very supportive of our issues, which is why we're glad she's here. In fact, she was one of the primary sponsors of House Bill 583 that would give elders, retirees, a 2% bonus. As I said, we're really excited that she's here. And before we get started, Representative Prey, would you like to say a few introductory remarks?
Sure. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. And I look forward to talking to you a little bit about our work that we do at the General Assembly and public service in general. So can't wait to get started.
Great. Well, I'm going to ask you a few questions. The first question we have is, please discuss the importance of holding elected office and what public service is to you in our society, particularly in North Carolina.
Well, thank you for that. So, well, public service is extraordinarily important, as you know, and takes on many different forms. And I think as a public servant, myself as an elected official, you know, we really are tasked with being the voice of the people that we represent and representing the views of our constituents up here in Raleigh in the General Assembly, where my House district is one of 120 House seats. So when we come together as a body from all different diverse parts of the state, it's so important for us to be giving our constituents a say in how laws are made and how changes are made, and make sure that our areas and our interests are represented in those policy decisions. I think public service in all forms is particularly important to everyday people. I mean, public servants are really the people that do the nuts and bolts important work of making our communities work, keeping people having access to opportunity and a quality life. And I think that that spans the spectrum of all different positions of public service. And sometimes we forget about how important those people are. And this is a great opportunity, I think, to recognize that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And especially as a former state employee myself, I have 12 years in the state system. I really appreciate and understand your comments. So thank you for that. Another question I wanted to ask you is, what are you most proud of in your support of public servants and retired state employees and local employees?
Well, I think I'm proud of them, number one. In my service here as a legislator, I think three things come to mind in the form of legislation. One, of course, is the one-time cost of living supplement bill that we talked about before for our local government retirees. So I was happy to sign on to that as a leader with a couple of my colleagues from the House. And I look forward to continuing to support our local government retirees down the road. Another one, I think, and I don't know if you know about this one or the people watching do, is our Sergeant Mickey Hutchins Act that I'm also a primary sponsor on, which is very well supported across party lines. But to lead on that has been particularly, I guess, satisfying because of the outreach that we've received from so many officers statewide. And really what the bill does is it allows an officer who has an advanced certificate to be able to purchase up to 4 years of service toward retirement. And I think when you take into account average lifespan of officers, this is really important to them. We passed it in the House. We're still waiting on the Senate. But one other bill that I'm particularly proud of that I took a lead on, almost one of the first things I did when I came to the General Assembly, was to file a bill for a pay raise for our non-certified public school employees. Mm-hmm. So I'm a former PTA president. I spent so much time in the public schools every single day for years. And those are the folks that are really make these schools operate. They're sort of the unsung heroes, and they were left out of a pay raise earlier. And I think that was reflected in being able to hire people to fill these much needed roles like teacher assistants and bus drivers and custodial staff and cafeteria workers. And so this was something that was very important to them, and I saw firsthand why it is and how hard they work. And this actually was incorporated into our budget, my bill was, and it was passed with bipartisan support. So I was really proud of that. And of course, these other bills that really honor and serve our public servants very well.
That's great. Yes, we have obviously been paying attention to all of those bills, and I'm a parent as well and have students in the public school system and fully appreciate all of the employees that it takes to make sure our children get educated. So thank you for that. And
right.
I just have one last question for you.
Okay.
What message would you like to send to the more than 300 retired public servants in North Carolina?
Well, I think first and foremost, we appreciate in many instances, the lifelong service that you've put into our communities in our state. Of course, we're here to support you, and I think to my local public employees and state employees that have done so much work for so many years and then retire. And you have to recognize that all of that work that you did really contributed to the success and the accomplishments and the opportunity and the quality of life and the problem solving and all of the good things that we appreciate now. It just didn't happen overnight or a year or two. They happened because of the service of public servants over many, many years, and just where it began and where it's ended and where it's continuing. I think that we are seeing those benefits, and that's because of the hard work that our public servants have put into making our communities operate and our state operate. And I want to thank you for that. And I also want to just express to you my dedication to make sure that retirees are taken care of, because as we see costs going up, many retirees are on a fixed income. And so I think it's important for us to be cognizant of that and remember that and make sure that you're taken care of down the line. So, and I'll be right there with many of us here in the House, especially on my side of the aisle, and I'm sure both sides, to make sure that you have a seat at the table and that you're well represented here.
Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate that. As you know, we've talked, you and I have talked many times about the needs of retirees. And it's not always just about a cost of living adjustment. There are a number of things that we focus on. Obviously, ACOLA is front and center with inflation, as you mentioned. But we just really appreciate your willingness to be a supporter for state employees, local employees, the retirees in particular. And really thank you for your time. And I look forward to continuing to work with you the rest of the session, and hopefully we'll be out by July 1st.
I hope so. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Representative Perry. I really appreciate it.
Thanks a lot. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Bye now.
Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Kari Barsis, and I'm one of the lobbyists with the association. I am very excited to have Senator Mike Woodard here with us today. He represents Durham County, Person County, and Granville County. And he has also been in the legislature for 10 years, which makes him quite a veteran. In particular, he's a veteran on retiree issues as well. And I will let him briefly talk about some of the legislation that he's sponsored in the past. And with that, I'm going to let Senator Woodard say a few remarks.
Hey, Kari, thanks for having me. And it's so great to be with you all virtually and to pay tribute to our retired government employees. You are all such a critical part of making North Carolina great at all levels of government. And I'm just so appreciative of everything you've done during your careers. Before I came to the Senate 10 years ago, I served for 7 years on the Durham City Council and was very active in the Durham community before running for office. So I've worked very closely with many government employees over the decades of work that I've done in and around the region. So it's just wonderful to be with you all during this special week and just to get to share some thoughts with you about your service and about you and your retirement. I think probably the biggest thing I've done since I've been here is worked very hard to protect the benefits that we give our retired government employees and try to extend those. Over the budget cycles, we don't always get the COLAs that we would like to have for our government employees. So I have always fought for those. And I think every time we've introduced a bill, I try to be one of the primary sponsors of that bill because I value the work that you do. We need to honor your work and protect you in your retirement, as well as many of you know, being able to have a good retirement system is one of the reasons we're able to attract and retain good employees during their service. And of course, CNIC and other employee groups look after the active folks. But you all, through the association, I'm going to stand with you always for thank you for your work and always work to protect the benefits that you've earned during your service to our state. So it's wonderful to be with you. And Kari, I look forward to our conversation today.
Great. Thank you so much. And you are right. You are one of our biggest supporters, and we always appreciate the work that you do on behalf of retirees. And again, particular sponsoring legislation on COLAs. You were, again, of course, a primary sponsor in legislation this session on supporting a 2% COLA. So thank you so much for that. And with that, I'm just gonna get started, and I've got a few questions for you, and looking forward to the dialogue.
Great.
So first question, please discuss the importance of holding elected office and public service in our society, particularly in North Carolina.
Well, you know, I mean, if we're really a democracy, then holding elected office is really important. So I'm happy to serve in elected office. But, you know, whenever I think about government, I always talk about both elected and appointed officials, whether they were appointed by a board or hired by the CEO, director of their agency. Because to me, the tens of thousands of government employees all across North Carolina, be they at the federal, state, or local level, are just as much public servants as I am. And we serve the public in different ways. I always kind of joke, we're like the grandparents. We show up and we get the kids all excited, and then we go home. The government employees, the people who are there every day, you're the parents of these organizations. So when we get constituents excited about something, we go back to our lives. You're there with them every day, answering phone calls, dealing with issues, implementing the policies. So that's why you all are so important and so critical, particularly in a state like North Carolina. You know, we want to honor North Carolina's rich history, but at the same time, I am so excited about the growth we see in North Carolina. You know, with new jobs, new industries, all the folks who are choosing to live in North Carolina, either they come for new jobs, increasingly the retirees, you all as government retirees can appreciate that, why it's such a great quality of life here. So to continue to make North Carolina, I think, the best state in the country, and to continue to grow and maintain this quality of life, we need to have good employees, and so that's just so critically important, and again, at all levels of government.
You are exactly right, and your comments are a great segue to the next question I have for you. What are you most proud of in your support of public servants and retired public servants?
You know, something I learned early on when I was on the city council, I knew it before I was elected, but I realized that serving my role as an elected official now for 17 years, you cannot be successful and do it on your own. You have to be part of a team. That is with your colleagues in the General Assembly. Previously, when I was on the city council, you've got to work with colleagues. It's just too big a job. But also you have to work with the staff you have in your agency, in your level of government, whatever that is. So for me, I have always viewed the appointed officials, the staff, the employees of agencies as my partners in governing. So maybe I get to set the policies and vote on the budgets and get to do TV shows and cut ribbons and all that stuff. But, you know, that piece of legislation, that ordinance, that budget, that park or highway that I get to cut the ribbon on, there were dozens, hundreds, thousands of people, the employees who made that event happen. So I'm proud, I think, of my commitment, and I hope my ability to work hand in hand with the staff that I work with. Or the staffs at the different levels of government that I've worked with. So I'm particularly proud of the working relationships that I hope I've been able to foster over these years. And we talked a little bit earlier, I'm proud of some of the legislation that we've passed and that we'll continue to fight for. And I'm hopeful this year, I'm eager to see the budget come out when it does and see that maybe this is the year we finally move off of these bonuses and get back to providing a cost of living adjustment for our employees. And I'm going to take satisfaction in that And I'm also going to take a little piece of the of some credit for that, because I keep pounding on these budget chairs to let's stop. I know you all are grateful for the bonuses if they come, but these one-time bonuses still keep you at that suppressed level. So if we could get that in the budget this year, I'll be real proud of that.
Thank you. And we are also eagerly waiting the budget to see what might show up in it related to retirees. I wanted to comment on the 2 points that you made on this last question I asked you. Number one, bipartisanship. And number two, it takes a lot of people to really get all of the things done that government does such a great job of. And I think that's absolutely right. I mean, you are a member that works very well across the aisle, whether it's Republican, Democrat, whether it's House, Senate. You just work well with everyone, and we're really
urban and rural.
Urban and rural. Thank you. Yeah, because you represent both urban and rural district. You have a very urban and a very rural parts of your district, and so yeah, you're absolutely right. That's just as important. But for all of the members on the call, obviously your work is very important, and Senator Woodard, we love hearing you talk about all of the people who make a difference in government. So thank you for that comment.
Sure.
Really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And one last question I have for you. What public servant or elected official has meant the most to you in your career?
Gosh, I thought about that, and the list would be so long. I'd be afraid to I'd wear you all out, and just you all would tune out after a while, because there have been so many great people that I had the chance to work with. I got to put in a plug. She may be sitting outside my door listening, but Carol Resar, who's been my LA since I came from 10 years ago, is an incredible government employee. And maybe I'm sucking up a little bit in hopes that she's watching this, but many of you have worked with Carol. If you've been around this building, Kari, you certainly have. And Carol's been with me since the day I walked in the door here, and I could not do what I do without her. So she is certainly someone I admire. I tried to think about one who was really helpful, and one did come to mind. He's a local government employee, and sadly he passed away a couple of years ago. And when he passed away, it hit me how much he had meant to me. And it's a guy named Mark Aronson. Mark was the transportation director for the city of Durham and ran our MPO. For you all who don't work in transportation, MPO is a metropolitan planning organization. And in the urban areas, it's the elected officials who work on transportation together. Mark was the epitome of a great government employee and that public servant I talked about earlier. He was knowledgeable about the issue. He was dedicated to his work. He knew how to work with elected officials. He was unflappable when we would do committee work together, when we would throw curveballs at him. He was just, he remained so calm. And I would get I chaired our MPO for a few years when I was on the city council. And we used to have staff sit at another table across. The elected officials sat up front, the staff sat out there. And I hated that because I liked that partnership we had. So as the director of our MPO, I made Mark come and sit at my left hand when I chaired the meetings, because I couldn't get through the meeting without having him right there. And of course, I could always lean over and whisper in his ear and ask a question if I needed to. I instituted we had monthly meetings. I would have the week before the committee meeting, when everybody came together in our committee room. There were 12, 15 elected officials, a whole lot of staff, the public there. I wanted to have a rehearsal of what the meeting looked like, go through the agenda. Mark was always great being prepared for those meetings. And I think as a result, our meetings were a lot more efficient. We did our work better. Mark was a great staff director. So, for his dedication to task, for his information, he's just somebody who really stands out to me. And as I said, when he passed away a couple of years ago, it really hit me hard, because I realized just how much of a friend and colleague Mark had become. And he really was a partner in our success with our transportation policies back then.
Thank you so much for those comments. And I know I've experienced my time in state government, and clearly your time in both state and local government, you've run across whether employees or colleagues or any number of people who really make a difference. And I really, really liked the two people you selected. I think that's
Good.
great.
Good.
Well, thank you so much, Senator Woodard. We really appreciate your time. I'm going to give you the floor for just any last minute comments you wanted to say to the retirees who are listening here today.
Well, thank you, Kari, and thanks to you and to the association for all your work. And I really appreciate the opportunity just to spend a few minutes with you and the retirees who are tuning in. And so I again just want to say and reiterate how much our government employees at all levels really mean to me and should mean to all North Carolinians because of the incredible services you provide. You are there every day, whatever that is, answering phones, paving roads, fixing things, writing reports, processing payments, doing all kinds of detailed budget work, whatever your job is. It keeps government running, and because we have great state, local governments in North Carolina, we are a great state that just keeps our quality of life going. And it's all of you, the tens of thousands of employees across the state who've done that in your careers. I've always recognized that government service as an employee means that you've often sacrificed things. You probably could have had a better paying job in the private sector. You're often at meetings at weird times that your private sector colleagues aren't. You have to go to night meetings. You have to get up early for breakfast meetings. You might be on call. You might have to work weekends. So just the dedication is so important. And many of you all do it because you love public service as I do. And so I just want to commend you and thank you for all you did during your career. And I just hope you know that, at least in me, you have a big fan and a great friend who will keep fighting for all of our retired government employees.
Thank you so much. And while you were speaking, Senator Woodard, your clock just went backwards a whole hour.
So yeah, if anybody noticed, I have this really fun clock. I don't know if you can tell from here, but it's the state seal of North Carolina there. And it's and it's made of all North Carolina wood. The light wood is maple, the dark rim is cherry. And if you notice, instead of moving a minute forward, it goes 59 minutes back and rests on the minute. So anyway, that's how it moves forward, as it kind of backs up. Some people says that's the way government works. I don't care necessarily like that. It's just a fun conversation piece. And I wish you could see it in more detail. Come by my office if you're ever down here. I'd love to show it off to you. It's a beautiful 3D piece of great craftsmanship by a clockmaker in Durham, who this is the first time he made the state seal, and it's a really beautiful piece of work. And the clock's a little quirky, but it's fun to watch.
Thank you so much. And you heard him. He has just invited all of you to go visit him in his office. So please take him up on that. He's a lot of fun, and you get to see his clock.
Yep, my door's open anytime.
Thank you so much, Senator Woodard. Really appreciate your time.
Great. You're welcome, Kari. Nice to see you. And thank you to all of our retirees.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Brian Setzer, and thrilled to celebrate this celebration of Public Service Week with 5 days of excellent content. Just a reminder that at any time you can go to the NCRGEA YouTube channel and you'll see a litany of videos from the week. You don't have to listen to every session at once. You can download it for 8 minutes, 6 minutes here, and really find out from our providers, partners, and organizations and staff members, board members, and legislators a lot of great information this week. So, we've spent the entire week providing value to members, listening to members, recognizing members, celebrating the various benefits for members. And it really gives me a great privilege and honor to now segue to a session between our board chair, Mr. Van Langston, and also our new executive director. We're thrilled to have Tim O'Connell with us. They're going to spend some time together in a Q&A and talking a little bit about the future of NCRGA and retirees. Their session will be recorded today, also be referenced in our upcoming newsletter. So sit back and enjoy. And Chairman Langston, take us away.
Thank you, Brian. This is one of the happiest days in my 10 years on the board. Tim O'Connell is your new executive director. Just a great background, more than 30 years with nonprofit organizations. Most recently, he was a director of advancement operations, membership, and annual giving for the North Carolina Museum of Art. I told him if they'd paid him for every letter in that title, he'd be a millionaire. In the past, he's also served as the Associate Executive Director of the North Carolina State University Alumni Association and Executive Director and Vice President of Operations for the YMCA of Northwest North Carolina. We're thrilled to have you, Tim.
Thank you, Van. It's great to be here.
Thank you for saying yes.
Absolutely. My pleasure.
I've got a bunch of questions for him. We want you to know everything you possibly can about him. So let's start first with this one. Got a vast amount of experience in nonprofits, advocacy, and communication. Can you tell us a bit more about your background?
Sure. I do feel fortunate to have gotten into the business in the sense that it's given me the opportunity to serve in a lot of communities in a lot of different ways. So, you know, my education and all from the public institutions here at North Carolina have really made a difference.
Yeah.
So, looks like we're sharing a microphone. We're already working together, Van. So, the you know, the opportunity just to gain an education here in North Carolina has really meant a lot to me. And you know, from those experiences, I went to work. You know, for the YMCA, I was in grad school at NC State studying at the time agriculture economics, and that just changed my course. What was a part-time job while I was in grad school turned into a 21-year career. So feel very fortunate for that. Got to do a little bit of everything from you know, teach swim lessons, day camps, work on programs, things of that nature. And a big part of the work we did was advocacy for health and wellness and community benefits. So that was, you know, kind of, I say I cut my teeth a little bit on the advocacy pieces there. So, you know, that work really was impactful to me and kind of gave me a lot of the skills I feel like I have. From there, as you mentioned, I worked at NC State, and I kidded with my children. I said, when you go to college, I'm going to go to college. And I was true to my word. As they were packing up for their first years of colleges, I was on campus. And it was just a pleasure to serve the alumni and work with students. We had one of the largest student organizations on campus that I got to work with. So it was just, you know, just being an educator, you understand how impactful that can be. And from there, as you mentioned, the museum, and I do think North Carolina is fortunate to have the cultural resources it does and the natural resources. So to be able to serve in that capacity is just you know, I'd say a marvelous challenge. I did begin just about the time COVID began, so it was a marvelous challenge. And if you haven't been to the museum, please go visit. Go visit your other parks and other things in North Carolina, because we live in a great state.
We do. Thank you. Just a minute. I thought y'all might be interested, and when we did a wonderful search led by Martha Sue Hall Search Committee, as we checked his references, this is something people said who worked with him. Great guy, got results because of excellent people skills, as good as I've ever seen with processing information and relating to people. One person said, I learned more under Tim's leadership than anybody else I have ever worked for. So I want to congratulate the search committee led by Martha Sue for finding an amazing catch. And we're going to pick up now with some more questions about his own background. I will tell you, as one of the people that helped interview him, one of the things that caught our attention and also the staff's attention right off the bat was your speaking to the issue of public service. So I'm going to give you a chance to talk to our members about that, if you would.
Absolutely. On the topic of public service, I do think, we have high expectations in North Carolina. We want clean drinking water. We want our children educated. We want fire, police, services, first responder services. We expect, for those that need assistance, we want our communities to take care of them. And that's the work that the public servants do every single day. So, the thing I'm most excited about this job is honestly the opportunity just to share gratitude because of what public servants have done for the state of North Carolina. We live in one of the top states in the country, and that is so much because of the work of what public servants have done. And that, it's time to say thank you. So, thank you to the teachers, the educators, the firemen, the policemen, the administrators that are working, managing the data for us. There's so many folks. Housekeeping, I cannot speak enough about people that have worked in environmental services and housekeeping through, especially through the pandemic, the work they've done. So many people that I now will have the chance to say thank you to, and I think that's really important in public services. People who choose to go into public service do it very often for selfless reasons, and we need to honor that.
Yeah. Thank you. What are you most excited about on taking on this role?
I think I
hit
it there, but with the gratitude component, I think that they say the secrets to a long, healthy life is gratitude, and I just think you wake up, and the easiest way to experience the work of a public servant is get up in the morning. They say you should drink a glass of water first when you get up. Somebody spent the night up making sure that water was clean and safe for you to drink. So every morning, if you just want a simple, thoughtful way to start your day with gratitude, drink a glass of water and remember how it got to your house.
Good. What are your greatest hopes and aspirations for the association in the coming years?
Definitely awareness. I want folks to understand and know the organization, what it's about, and to be part of it.
Right.
The work, it will go on, and we need lots of folks to get that work done.
Yeah.
So we need our retirees in the local and state government to participate. We need those folks. So getting the word out about the NCR GEA is really going to be important, because I think we don't want it to be the best kept secret, and
Right.
we don't want the resources that our members have to the community not to be known. So I think the important thing is for us to be known, so we can provide service to our members, at the same time our members to come together to do the work of the organization.
I wonder if I could build on that a minute. They say the best advertising is word of mouth. There's 66,000 of you out there who can advertise and help grow this organization with Tim's support. So I hope you'll take that seriously. We want to grow. We want to have more power so we can protect your pension and health care. You actually are working for free right now.
Volunteerism is important.
That's right. His first day is June the 15th, but he was happy to come in and do this. So my question, Tim, on June the 15th will be your first day at work. What do you plan to do?
I said in my interview, but I'd start with people. I'll say this again during this time, but this organization has done such a great job, especially going through COVID. The staff, the board, cannot say enough about the work the board has done. And I would say they did not just survive, but they've thrived during this period. And they've adopted new things, such as this conference, which is just wonderful. But they've really stepped forward. So spending time with the staff, getting to know them, because they are so committed to this organization, and the board members as well. So going through that. And then our great lobbying team, they're on my calendar. They were asking how early I was going to get in and could they meet, because they are working hard on that short session right now.
Yep.
and they've got some things that they would like to run by me, and they're going to get back out there and do the work, working towards, for our members, especially trying to, it sounds like, getting some COLA may be a possibility after that morning
right.
session. So, like they said, call your representatives now. So
I'm going to guess that Tim's going to be putting you guys to work even more to advocate for us. There's power in numbers and messages. So I think Tim is coming to us as we think about what's new about retirement. What's different about people who are retired right now than, say, 10, 15 years ago?
The exciting thing is, folks are living longer. And I think right before one of my interviews, I had spent the weekend riding a bike with a 72-year-old state retiree who kept on almost dropping me. And so I would say, retirement, I can remember my father, when he retired, he got a rocking chair. Not many folks are getting rocking chairs right now. They're looking forward to that next stage of life and what's going to be new in their lives. And I think that's exciting. So I think, a big part of the work we want to do is make sure we're showing the opportunities in that way. So these retirement years are really enriching a time for new growth and things like that. So I think that's, retirees are looking, going, well, I very well may be retired for 20, 30 or more years.
As long as I worked.
So that's some great time to learn something new, to do something new, to see something new. So I think we want to be part of that, the vitality of our retirees. So I think that's how, retirement's a little bit different. So
It is, and which will call for different services from us over and above just battling for pensions and health care. We want you to live a better life as a consequence of this organization, a better life over a much longer period of time. So the next 50 years of this organization will deal with different situations than the first 50 years did. And Tim is the perfect person to come in with his background in order to deal with that future, perhaps in a different way. Now I'm going to get into, as the old saying goes, stop preaching and commence to meddling. We want to know a little bit about who you are outside of work.
Okay. A big part, and I think a lot of folks, is you raise your family. And even though my children are grown, they're still a big part of our lives. My wife, Beth, and I, we've been married almost 32 years. She is actually, I wouldn't call it a midlife crisis, but she is actually, after working in corporate communications for nearly 25 years, is working on her teacher certification. So she's going to be getting that coursework. My daughter is wrapping up her last day in the classroom, so she's excited and a little bit sad about seeing her students, especially when they're fifth graders, move on. So, I'm really proud of the work she's been doing as an educator here in the public school systems. And my son is a recent graduate from NC State in horticulture, and he's putting that degree to work over in Europe and learning lots, but he's working as a landscape designer in Spain. So exciting, time to live some life as a 22-year-old, seeing the world
absolutely.
a little bit. So, but for me, it's amazing how I've got so into gardening. I think especially through the pandemic, if we'll go out there and watch a flower grow hourly. And my tomatoes, I checked on them just half hour ago. So I really enjoy gardening. I keep bees. That is my.
Oh, wow.
I will sit out in my backyard and in the middle of 3 or 4 hives and just sit there and watch bees. If we get some free time, we enjoy all things outside. So I enjoy biking. Love to go fly fishing when I can. We spend a lot of time on the water, things like that. So just very, whole family is very outdoorsy. We just like to be outside. So that's how I spend my time.
Good. So you are not only appreciate public servants, you're married to one, and your daughter is one.
Very true. Very true. So and the work, especially our educators, especially, I just drove by a local high school's graduation. It's an exciting time
Yeah.
for many, especially today. So I know teachers, it's a mixed blessing on the last day of school.
Yeah.
So they're looking forward to the summer. At the same time, I'm sure they've had some special students that
Yeah.
they're going to
Yeah.
miss.
As a former high school principal, I can tell you the teachers look forward to summer way more than the students.
That's true.
So
I
actually,
can believe that.
yeah. I'm going to drill down on the beehive thing for a minute.
Sure thing.
Tell us why that's important that people have beehives now.
Oh, sure. So I think, the way I got into it's a great way is there's a movie, Henry Fonda, Yuli's Goal, saw it years ago. And I was like, wow, beekeeping, how cool. I even had a high school teacher that taught chemistry that he was a beekeeper. So I had this distant interest in it. And I took a class actually through the Extension Services.
Yeah.
So shout out for NC Extension. And I learned a lot about, just beekeeping and all that. Started doing it, and then the more I learned, the more the more fascinating. So, but of course, there's the obvious is the pollination.
Yeah.
They say it's basically 2 out of every 3 bites you take is thank a bee for the pollination work they do.
Yeah.
So it's they're also just good barometers on how well your environment's doing. So if if you don't have bees in your yard, maybe take a look around and try to figure out why that's not. So plant pollinator gardens. I think that's things like that. So, it's just something I look at bees. I see relations between a healthy hive, a healthy organization.
Yep.
So I, sometimes when I'm out there staring at the hive, I'm not necessarily thinking about the bees. I'm thinking about how people work together.
That's right.
And how do you build a strong community,
Yep.
a strong organization? It's good leadership within
That's
a
right.
hive.
That's right. Great lessons to be taught.
Yes. So great things there.
Tell us a little bit about how you plan to connect directly with our members to be sure you're serving their needs.
Lots of ways. That's a good, so I think the important thing is, we do have this new digital platform that it's an opportunity, especially for folks that are not close by. So we're definitely ramping up on our digital possibilities. At the same time, between myself and I was just talking to Josephine, one of our staff members, we will be on the road a lot. So I love North Carolina. I love all parts of North Carolina. I've lived, in here, and I've lived in the Winston-Salem area. And I just think it's, this great state, the best way to know it is to know the people.
Yep.
And to know, to get to know our retirees, and know what's their needs, their concerns, and also just make sure we are rallying, in our advocacy efforts is so important. So, and I will say it again, is our Jack and the lobbying team spoke to that, but we need everybody to get involved. And your legislature would much rather talk to you at home, back home, than when they're as busy as the session is. You should call. You should stay there, but they definitely want to speak with you. That's why they chose their roles.
Okay. What do you think are the biggest challenges the association will face in the coming years?
There's in the world, I think, is just how we get people to come together. What we're learning is, and we're going through this time of this morphing of people and technology, and what's the right balance on that? Mm-hmm. So I think all organizations are working on that now. And how do we find that right balance between just being in the room with somebody, and also harnessing the power of technology to stay connected and share information more seamlessly. So I'd say that's going to be one of those challenges that we will work on and continue to work on. But there's also great opportunity for that and great connection, with those things. So for the organization, it will always be how well are we advocating for our members, and that's going to be really important. So as much as possible, we want to change the narrative around what public service is. I think it's really important to the country to, and for North Carolina, to not only honor our retirees, but attract the most talented pool that we can to these important positions, because great people work in government, and we want the best, just like any other. A tech
Sure.
company comes, they want the best.
Yeah.
So we want the best for North Carolina.
Okay, all right. How will you measure the success of the association?
You know, there's some clear metrics, but I do think it's when we see the power of coming together collectively, I think that's the most important thing that we have to look at is, how are we reaching members across the state, and that's going to be really important. So there's
Yes.
all sorts of metrics, both, you can check off how many people come to your meeting. You can
Right.
also look on, how many views are we going to get off
That's right.
off our YouTube channel. So those ways we'll use those metrics, but we're really looking at the collective power of our retirees to voice.
Yeah.
And that's the potential for this organization.
So you see yourself as the person that sort of facilitates the members out there being able to carry the message to their legislators back home, for example.
Absolutely. I think that's, I hope our members feel empowered,
Yeah.
but if not, we've got great tools to help you
Yep.
feel more empowered. So the advocacy sessions that were just done earlier and how to do that, I think are very helpful and should give you some courage
Right.
to go out there and
Yeah.
meet with your representative.
Right now, I want to put in a commercial plug. In order for Tim to be able to connect directly with you, we need your email address.
Yes.
Without that, many of our plans for marshaling 66,000 people, they can't work because sometimes you need to be able to send out a note and have you guys call that day. So just using U.S. mail won't work. So if your email address is not in our collection, and right now we have about a third of our members we have email addresses for. So I'm hopeful that by the end of this year, we can get a much higher density email list so that we can help you guys fight for yourselves. So I'm sure you'll be hearing from Tim on that and lots of ways you can get that email address in. Let's see, if we got another question here. Tim said was I going to throw him a fastball? I'm not going to do that. Our current retirees, the new ones coming out right now, live in a different world, didn't they, than many of us lived in. They live in a digital world. Their work was digitally based. So how can we utilize that skill set they have to forward the mission of this association?
I do think education is a big part of what we need to be working on, especially around technology for seniors in general, because there's some great things that we can now access. I'm not sure if anybody else has used telehealth type. I had an appointment a couple months back. I was having a little tickle in my throat.
Yep.
I went on, I actually used my app. There was a website there. I hit a button. Within 2 hours, I had a doctor in my living room, just like they used to. Only this time it was through technology.
Right.
But diagnosing me, and I sent my prescription in, and it was all great. So I think there's opportunities, to learn.
Yes.
And especially this group that has worked with technology their whole life, they can help us to help, to get more people comfortable with it. At the same time, there's some ease of life that can come with it. That especially as we age, there's opportunities just to stay connected, and to learn.
Yeah.
And that's what's kind of exciting. I'm taking a class right now through Wake Tech, and it's just amazing with the platforms and how it's I've been taking courses, I'm going to go for 35 plus years, and
Right.
it's amazing just how the learning methods have changed.
Yes.
And as an educator,
Yep.
but it makes learning easier and more approachable, and I think that's one of the great things coming from technology, and we always should be learning.
As you build on that, when we first began, we were primarily fighting for pensions and health care. But as you've heard, the life of retirees is much more elaborate than that. we will always fight for pensions and health care. But you're going to find us, under Tim's leadership, improving the quality of your life outside of those two things. For example, I think you'll find us in the future spending more time advocating for things like broadband in your community, that you can't access a lot of this without broadband. Interacting with Social Security, advocating for you in that regard. The telehealth, some of you live in counties with no hospital, and sometimes the doctor is an hour away. As we get older, that becomes a great barrier, just getting to the doctor. That's where the telehealth comes in.
Mm-hmm.
From my own experience, my wife has had a fall. She's at home physical therapy. A box arrived in the mail. It has in it a stethoscope, OSAT, about 4 medical devices. You hook it up on your computer. She takes it every day. It goes to a location, and they know everything about you and can call a doctor or whatever that you might need at a given moment. That's the future I think we all are going to be looking at before it's over, and we want to be part of that. And Tim's the guy to lead us there. He comes out of a sort of digital, more modern background than many of us, so we're looking to Tim to lead us forward. I'm wondering, are there any questions from our watchers? All right, he's looking it up right now. All right. Well, I guess we've explained it so well that they didn't need to ask questions. It says here, one of his references says, performed great under pressure and stress. Well, that's good.
Well, I hope to continue with that. I hope the current staff say the same thing.
So I'm wondering, Tim, if you've got some parting comments that you would like to make to this association.
Sure. I'll begin by just saying thank you. Thank you for everybody who's tuned in this week to learn more about this great organization. I'm saying thank you to the board again for the work they've done to bring this to fruition. Definitely thank you to the staff. They are tireless and working, and they loved just reaching out to our members. So huge thank you to the work that they have been doing and will continue to do. You know, the big thing that excited me about this job was the chance to just again honor and show gratitude to our public servants. And I think we need a new narrative around the work of public service because the work that they do is so important. And I just think we need to make sure that is heard and that is expressed, and that it's just not this association championed the work of public service and the retirees from public service, but we need our entire community to understand the work and the importance of the work that they do. I heard there was one community where they couldn't get a clean glass of water, and that's you don't know which you have till it's gone is a good way of saying it. So I just think the work they do, we need to champion it. So not only that we attract new people into the field, but we get the best people in the field. For our retirees, I think the state of North Carolina, we've made a promise and a commitment to our retired state and local government employees, and I just think we need to make sure we honor that because we believe in we're a state of honor and goodness, esse quam videre. So we hold true to that. So I think that's really what I want to make sure is heard. As we kind of continue on, I hope you will look at ways that you can become more involved as an advocate for this organization. So, the job and the work to be done, somebody says if you have a microphone out, make sure you ask somebody for something. I'm asking you to get involved with, with advocacy efforts, because that's what we need. That's good for everybody, and for you to be involved. Also, when you talk about learning new, something that sort of excites you, gets you out of bed, advocacy is a great way to kind of get to that. The big thing I also want to say, I want to thank everybody who's been part of this. So we've had lots of sponsors to be part of this. We've had, our messages from our governor, from our treasurer, from our representatives. We've had plenty of our partners here at the NCRGA step up and do some great programs. So that's being shared as well. So just thank you to everybody who's supported this week. Couple housekeeping items before we kind of close out. There's a post-conference survey will be sent out to you. It's real. This is our first foray into this world of a digital conference. We want to hear from you, and I think that's the best way is go ahead and complete that survey, and just know what you say matters. And that survey is the easiest and the best way to do it. So you'll get that link if you've registered with us, and we've got your email. We'll get that out to you. There's even a nice QR code there, and boy, I sure love those things. And then. The last couple things, just as we close out, I will be beginning on June 15th, and there's just going to be some opportunities for you, again, to be involved. Please reach out to me as soon as I get my business cards and an email. I'm looking forward to connecting with you. So just excited to be part of this organization again, and thank you to everybody. And it's been a great week, and I'm very appreciative to be here.
North Carolina. We call it home, and it's no secret that North Carolina is a great state to retire to. And man, they're coming as fast as they can, any way they can, to North Carolina. Now, what you may not know, if you're one of the hundreds of thousands of state or local government employees, North Carolina is a great state to retire from. Maybe you want to drop your line in by the lake bank or hike on a mountain trail. Maybe golf is your thing. I know, some saltwater fishing. It's all right here in North Carolina. Now, we all agree that retirement shouldn't be stressful or complicated. And here at the North Carolina Retired Governmental Employees Association, we are dedicated in finding the best benefits to our state and local government retirees. So welcome to our webinar, and get ready for some very important information that's gonna benefit you. You've made a living. Now it's time to make a life.